Hello, passengers. At this time, the forward entry door is closed. All large electronic devices should now be shut off and stowed. And all small portable electronic devices must be set to airplane mode. Make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked position, and that your seat belt is correctly fastened. Should you have any difficulty with this, please ring your call button, and a flight attendant will guide you through the process. If you've not yet done so, please stow your carry-on luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bin, taking care not to force any item into a space that is too small for it. Then please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, carefully read the safety information card located in your seat back pocket. If you do not wish, are unable, or are unwilling to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, a flight attendant will reseat you. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is prohibited on the entire aircraft, including the lavatories. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the lavatory smoke detectors is prohibited by law. Please note that e-cigarettes are not a loophole to this regulation. Should you have any other questions about today's flight, please feel free to ask a flight attendant. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the seatback monitors ahead of you for a video demonstrating the safety features of this aircraft. We recognize some of you may be frequent travelers, but this information is important and we ask for your undivided attention at this time.
Hello and welcome aboard. We'd like to thank you for flying Pan Atlantica.
We know you have many other choices, from regional carriers to national and international airlines. But you chose us, and that means a lot. Thank you so much.
Now, before we take off, please pay attention to the following safety video.
If you haven't done so already, please fasten your seatbelt. In order to accomplish this, simply follow these simple steps. First, grasp the flat metal end of the seatbelt in your right hand. You can easily identify this part of the seatbelt by the square hole on one end. Next, with your left hand, pick up the buckle, and then slowly and steadily move the metal end towards the buckle, keeping both ends perfectly aligned. Carefully insert the metal end into the buckle until you hear it click.
To tighten the strap, find the end of the strap and pull. Careful not to pull too tight, or you'll have to loosen it once more.
To release your seatbelt in the event you need to leave your seat, find the top of the buckle. Once you've found the top of the buckle, lift it up and it will release.
Now it's time to get underway to your exciting destination, whether it's sipping wine in Paris or whale watching in Nova Scotia.
Please make sure your seat is all the way up, all electronic devices are shut off and put away, and your tray table is stowed.
Carry-on luggage should be placed all the way under the seat in front of you or in the overhead bin. Please switch your handheld devices to airplane mode now. Please be aware that failure to do so could lead to a potentially catastrophic navigation disaster.
U.S. law strictly prohibits smoking on the airplane at any time. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying smoke detectors in the lavatory may result in a fine.
It's now time to take out and review the safety card, located in the seat back pocket in front of you.
Note the fine craftsmanship, colorful, clear illustrations, and sturdy laminations. Our safety cards are built to last. Use the safety card to find the plane's exits marked by the large arrows and the word exit. There are exits in the front and rear of the plane.
In the event of an evacuation from the cabin, follow the emergency lights to an exit. we ask that you leave all carry-on items behind.
If you feel you must grab something to bring along as you evacuate, we suggest you take a copy of Pan Atlantica's award-winning in-flight magazine, Stratosphere.
It's filled with gorgeous pictures of hotels, sponsored reviews for high-end restaurants, as well as maps of every major airport, and fun games to play, like Sudoku.
Should the airplane cabin lose pressure, do not panic. Oxygen masks will drop automatically. When they do, again, do not panic. The yellow cup fits over your nose and mouth, and the elastic band fits around the back of your head. Normal breathing will start the flow of oxygen. Remember, put your own mask on first before helping others. We promise it's the right thing to do.
Life vests can be found next to, over, or underneath your seat, or in some cases, behind your seat. It depends on the model of the plane you're flying in. Once you are safely outside the airplane, pull on the tab to inflate your vest, or inflate manually using the red tube. There is no need to do both.
Please note that your seat cushion can also be used as a flotation device. How clever! Your cabin crew will now be coming around to do a final cabin check. Everyone here at Pan Atlantica is proud to be part of making your flight today a wonderful experience.
If there's anything at all our cabin crew can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask using the call button.
We hope you have an enjoyable,
Entertaining,
relaxing,
or productive flight.
we here at Pan Atlantica salute you, because flying people places is what we do.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. On behalf of myself and the flight crew, it's our distinct pleasure to welcome you aboard Flight 206 with non-stop service to Reykjavik. Flight time today is estimated at 5 hours 30 minutes. We'll be flying at a cruising altitude of around 35,000 feet and a ground speed of around 600 miles per hour. I'll be back in touch if we've got any other updates for you en route. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Alright, we're third in line for departure right now. Should have you off the ground any minute now.
No, I guess not.
Cabin crew prepare for takeoff.
get out of this. I gotta think fast. Trapped. Oh boy, they've dropped the wabbit. Now I got you. You're a dead wabbit.
Telegram for Elmer Fudd.
What's up, Doc? Dear nephew, I'm waiving you $3 million in my will. Uncle Wooey. Oh boy, I'm rich. P.S. But you don't get 1 cent if you harm any animals, especially wabbits. You're free now with the wabbit. Go and whomp and frolic in the forest. Oh boy, I'm rich. Okay, fellas, break it up. $3 million. La-da-da-da-da-da-da, angel in the skies. La-da-da-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da. Angel in the sky. Come on out or I'll blow your head off. I'm just an angel in the sky. Please, Mr. Wabbit, go on back to the forest where you belong. Be nice with the wabbit.
Ooh, ouch, ow! Hey, what are you trying to do? Kill me? Hey, you're fracturing my skull! I'm gonna call Uncle Louie, that's what I'm gonna do. Operator! Hey, you got a nickel? Hello, operator! Give me walnut treat. Oh, that's you, Mert? How's every little thing?
Please, Mr. Wabbit, don't call Uncle Wooey. I won't hurt you again. I promise.
Well, okay, but watch your step after this, fat boy. Hey, what do you got to eat around this joint?
Eat? Oh, fix this guy. Think he'll twig me, huh? Step right this way. That'll fix him.
Why, that dirty double-crosser. Let me in. Open up! Hey, I'm getting pneumonia. Open up! I'll die. No, I'm too young to die. Please let me in. Hey, this scene ought to get me the Academy Award. Say goodbye to Uncle Louie for me. Oh.
Uncle Wooey? What have I done? $3 million all shot to pieces. Don't die with the wabbit. Please don't die. Walk-a-bye, baby, on a treetop. When the wind blows your cradle.
Come on, that stuff. Swing it.
But Up high, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the equator will walk. When the bow breaks, the equator will fall. Down will come, baby.
Special delivery.
Your Uncle Willie has kicked the bucket. You now inherit $3 million. Inheritance tax, $2 million, defense tax, check county, which leaves you owing us $1.98. Please remit.
You don't get the dough, Butterball.
No, but I'm gonna get you.
Yipe! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Yippee! Hooray! Happy New Year! Should old acquaintance be forgotten? Never brought to mind. Should old acquaintance
Why,
be
you-
forgotten? Well, yipe again! Don't go down there. It's dark.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Easter greetings. What's up, Doc?
Altitude of about 30,000 feet. Hopefully the weather cooperates and we'll have a nice smooth ride. I'll let you know if we've got any other updates for you. For now, sit back and relax.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, indicating we've reached our cruising altitude. You are now free to move about the cabin, but we ask that while in your seat, you keep your seatbelt fastened. At this time, the use of all approved portable electronic devices is permitted.
Lakeview to Bennett. Lakeview to Bennett.
You get him?
No dice. I haven't had him for an hour. Lakeview to Bennett.
Bennett to Lakeview. Bennett to Lakeview. Bennett to Lakeview.
Daddy.
It's all right, darling. We'll be there soon now. Lakeview to Bennett. Lakeview to Bennett. Lakeview to Bennett.
Oh, I ain't so worried. Anything Dick Bennett can fly, he can land.
He can't land. We have a ceiling of 300 and a visibility of about 6 inches.
Out in a storm with a sick baby on board. Well, Dick's that kind of a guy. There ain't another guy who can make it. He hasn't made it yet. Oh, he's been in tougher spots than this. You know that. I ain't worried. Any guy that makes a late parachute jumps like you do hasn't got sense enough to be worried.
Bennett to Lakeview. Bennett to Lakeview. Bennett to Lakeview.
Lakeview to Bennett. Bennett? Go ahead, Bennett.
Coming in.
You can't come in. Ceiling 300, visibility 1/8 of a mile. Go over to Port Dover.
Short of gas. Going to land.
It's like soup down here, Bennett. Keep on the other field. I'm coming through. Get out the crank car.
Here, put this on.
Take care of yourself, honey.
Mr. Bennett, I don't know how to thank you.
Forget it. Good luck to the little girl.
You big phone, no, you scared us to
You
death
better
that time.
check up on those motors. They're burning too much gas.
Right.
Say, I got a great idea for that new plane of yours.
Come on, you need some coffee. Hey, how about some service? What do you got to eat?
Throttle down, I'm coming.
We got distinguished company.
Don't tell me it's the great Mr. Bennett.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, what do you have?
Coffee.
Me too. And don't forget...
The cream.
Right. Boy, you had me scared to death. From now on, there'll be no more flying till after the Stanley Cup races. We're taking no chances.
Do you really think the plane is ready?
I know it is. Gee, this is what we've been dreaming about for years. You flying the ship that I built.
You've got a lot of money into it, Bill.
Now, don't worry about that. Well, we got 3 standing offers for the plans. If we win, we're all set.
How does the competition look?
Well, you got a load of the competition parked in our hangar.
What do you mean?
Oh, a dame barged in with a ship today. I'm telling you, she's got everything on there but a calliope. You know, one of those Miss Millions out looking for a thrill? Why, at the field, they've practically laid out a red plush carpet for her.
Who built the plane?
Oh, I don't know. It's some sort of a foreign thing. You know, the American era slogan, made in America, spent in Europe. Wait till you see it. Why, she's got gold knobs on the controls.
With lace curtains on the windows?
I got $10 that she looks like a ham sandwich. Hey, buddy, pass the sugar. Hey! What was the idea of that?
Compliments from the ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich, eh? I'll take that $10 bet.
Let me have a napkin, Mary.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing. And a fresh cup of coffee.
I said I'd take that bet.
Hey, Carter wants us to go over to the hangar tomorrow and take a look at those 2 ships he's going to sell to the Russians.
You're not trying to change the subject, are you?
I said Carter wants us to come over to the hangar tomorrow and look at those 2 ships he's going to sell to the Russians.
Okay, we'll go to the hangar tomorrow and look at those ships.
Looks like you're going over to a hangar and look at some ships.
Well, Dick, what do you think of it?
Carter, she's a pippin. You've got things on there I've never seen in a plane before.
Would you like to fly it?
I sure would.
Why can't you? Can you get out of your contract with Consolidated?
No, have to fly their transports for the next 6 months.
I'll say he does. Frankly, it took the President of the United States to get permission for him to fly our ship in the Stanley Trophy race.
Well, how's it coming?
Fastest thing around. And with this guy in the cockpit, say, we got to get back there.
Yeah. Thanks, Carter, for the offer.
Well, think it over. I'm giving a little informal party tonight for the boys up in my place. Sort of a send-off before the races. I'll expect you boys up.
Thanks, but...
We'll be there.
So long.
So long, Carter.
So long.
Well, about time you put in an appearance. What held you back?
Headwind.
Too much fog.
Oh, I got something over here that'll fix that fog.
Well, hello, Major. Glad to see you.
Edwards, I'm glad to see you again.
Major, I'd like you to know Dick Bennett.
How do you do, Major?
Butler.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Bennett. It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
What do you have?
Oh, scotch and soda, please.
I don't care for anything, thank you.
Bring me a glass of water, please.
Edwards, I ever tell you...
Yes, Major, you did.
I did. Oh, yes, I guess you did. Well, Bennett hasn't heard it. When I was in the Philippines...
Major, I told Mr. Bennett.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, thanks.
That's fine.
Oh, Carter, show Dick your view from the terrace.
Yes, come along.
Shoot it, Major. You don't know what I got you out of when I got you out of the Philippines.
I can imagine.
Who is that with Bill Edwards?
That's Dick Bennett.
And who may he be?
Don't you read the papers?
Pardon me, boys. I'll be with you in a minute.
Right.
Hey, that's a nice place Carter has here.
Sure is. Nice party, too. Hey, look out, Dick. You'll get dizzy up so high.
You're right. That's too much altitude for me.
Hello, William.
Bill to you. How are you? Miss Van Every, meet Dick Bennett.
How do you do, Mr. Bennett?
Dick's going to pilot my ship in the Stanley Trophy race.
Congratulations. I've been reading about it.
Say, how about a drink? Come on, Dick, let's get a
Thanks,
drink.
I'd love it.
You would?
The Baron is going to fly my plane
Which one?
for the special job.
How do you like it?
Very much indeed.
You're going to have a lot of stiff competition.
Well, I always welcome competition in everything.
Hello, Gail.
Hello, Lyle. I want you to know Baron Haggard.
How do you do, Baron?
How do you do?
Say, I'm in the break. I've got to sing a tune. I hope you'll bear with me.
Hello, darling. Hello, Jean. Miss Van Avery, I want you to know Baron Haggard. How do you do? Don't miss this, Baron. It's good.
Excuse me.
Jack, introduce me to those two men.
Thanks, but...
Miss Van Avery. Jack, introduce me to those two men.
What do you mean, Dick?
Yes, Dick. And the other one.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Come on, let's get out of here. What they say. It is.
I don't mind being seen.
Come on, let's get out of here.
You're an old heartbreaker.
Well, never had much success with you.
Dick. Miss Strong, Dick Bennett.
How do you do, Miss Strong?
How do you do?
And this is Bill Edwards.
I didn't quite catch the name.
Strong.
Strong.
My compliments. It was splendid of you bringing that child through the storm last night.
It wasn't anything, just a routine flight. I phoned this morning. The little girl's going to be all right.
I'm awfully glad.
Won't you join us?
Thank you.
May I get you something?
No, not now.
Sit down, Dick. I'm going to mix one.
Miss Strong, Bill, do you think? It's nice out here, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, it's the prettiest penthouse in New York. Oh, that's Lyle's new song. You'll like it.
I don't carry military weapons, but I'm stepping mighty high. Every season you're the reason I am in love, and in a very military manner I am marking time, 'cause I know that I'm first in line in the grand old army of lovers who are marching to you. Marking time, 'cause you know that I'm lost in charms when I do the shoulder arms with you in the Lover's Review. I drill myself on love technique so I can be at ease instead of at attention, 'cause you know, my dear, I aim to please. Marking time, and at my first chance I'll salute you, because I'm fired with romance. And I've gotta have, and I've gotta have, and I've gotta have you.
you sing?
No, I'm a dancer.
So I suspect.
Lyle, play for me, will you? Me, myself, and I are all in love with you. We all think you're wonderful, we do. Me, myself, and I have just one point of view. We're convinced there's no one else like you. It can't be denied, dear. You brought the sun to us. We'd be satisfied, dear, if you belonged to one of us. So if you pass me by, 3 hearts will. Myself. And I are all in love with you.
Gail, you're just full of surprises.
That was delightful.
Thank you so much. And you, Mr.
Edwards.
Oh, yes. Did you like it?
I think you sing pretty fair.
Well, that's very generous of you. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
You didn't care for my dancing.
Not particularly.
Is there anything you do care for in particular?
Not particularly.
Would you mind getting me a glass of water?
How long has this been going on?
Second round.
Men are practically engaged.
Thank you. I like your friend Dick Bennett.
You mean old Chatterbox?
He is rather quiet, isn't he?
And he speaks with claims. And when he talks, he really says something.
Well, you know the old saying, better to remain silent and thought a fool than to talk and remove all doubt. Oh, sit down. Just out of curiosity, why do you disapprove of me?
Well, I'll tell you. I don't like people who go to Europe and toss their money around like it was confetti.
It's my money. I can do what I like with it.
Oh, sure, that's your privilege. It's the old routine. Fast horses, fast cars, and now fast planes.
I happen to be interested in aviation.
You're only interested in owning a plane. You don't care whether it's safer, more reliable, or faster. Oh, no. You own a ship, and yet you haven't got what it takes to fly it.
Meaning nerve?
Meaning nerve. You know, when I was a kid, there were 2 kinds of girls. Those that would jump off the barn and those that wouldn't. Personally, I prefer those that would.
And you think I wouldn't?
Why don't we bury the hatchet?
Where, in my neck?
Hey, you forgot your water. Hiya, gents. Hey, I got that supercharger installed.
Supercharger? Yes, I've got the usual double supercharger, but I've added an exhaust-driven turbo supercharger. Say, how long is that kiddie car going to be parked in here?
Well, I don't know, till after the races, I guess. I've had a couple of talks with the young lady. She's all right.
Oh, she is.
Say, Pokey, did you check the carburetors on my ship?
Yeah, it wasn't the carburetors, it was the magnetos. Say, what kind of mechanics they got out there in Kansas City anyway?
Quiet ones like you.
Yeah. What?
What's wrong with it? Looks all right to me.
Looks like a banana split with marshmallows to me.
Hello, Pokey.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Strong?
This is the great Mr. Pokey, who scares everybody half to death with his daily parachute jump.
Oh, now, Miss Strong, my real name is Henry Wadsworth Schultz.
Mr. Schultz, someday you will wait too long before you pull that cord, my friend.
Oh, Dick. This is Dick Bennett.
We met last night.
Well, this is Bill.
Yes, we've also met.
Excuse me, I will look at the plane.
You must have learned your heel clicking in Peoria.
Oh, no. I picked that up when I was presented at court.
Court? Who bailed you out?
Ha! One for the lady.
Bill, this is assuming the proportions of a Kentucky feud.
Yeah, cut it out, will you, Bill? Hand me that wrench.
Oui, monsieur. Avec plaisir.
Glad to have seen you again, Mr. Bennett.
Thanks.
Is that a nice way to talk to a lady?
Forget it and get back to work.
No, sir, not me. This is my hour off for my music lesson. I'm going... where the atmosphere is not so sizzling. Why don't you try one of these jumps? It might jar some of that sarcasm out of you. Your marksmanship's bad, too.
There's old Oyster McCoyster now. That son of a gun's had everybody scared to death for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Ought to make a swell feature for the Sunday edition.
Yeah. That screwball gets a kick out of taking your liver and shoving it right up in your throat when you're watching him. He's supposed to dump over a bag of flour as he falls, so I can keep on snapping him on the way down before he pulls the cord. Same old maniac.
One of these days they're going to dig him out of the ground. Going to make him cut it out after the meet. Still good a mechanic to be doing that sort of thing.
My daily supply of goose flesh. I never miss seeing the little boy jump off the barn.
Yes, it does take a little intestinal fortitude to dive off the wing of a plane at 15,000 feet, doesn't it?
Yes, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
There he goes.
at that guy's sail. Come on, Pokey. Open up, you crazy fool.
Got 600 feet between him and the ground when he pulled that string. I'm a wreck.
Well, he can have all he wants of it.
it's unfair to organized spectators.
Say, I'm Morgan of the Daily Review.
Review? Oh, I'm Henry Wadsworth Schultz. Will you drape that shooter around your neck, Pokey?
How long have you been making these jumps?
In a few moments, flight attendants will be coming around the cabin with our in-flight service. We will be serving a snack along with a variety of complimentary soft drinks, juices, and coffee. Beer, wine, and other alcoholic beverages are available for purchase. Now we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
On your head.
Why'd you take...
I've always wanted to be
Hold
a
this way
parrot.
just a little bit. There you are.
How'd you feel after your first jump?
Oh, it's
You kind of hold your head at this angle. There, just like that. There you are.
Well, wait a minute. Hold your horses. Miss Strong. Well, gee, I'm sorry. Gosh, I didn't know it was you.
Hello, Pokey.
Hello. Hello. Bill isn't here.
No, I know. I came to see you.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Well, can I offer you anything?
Got any more of that?
Well, sure. Do you want some?
Why not?
I don't know. Here you are.
Thank you.
That's Bill.
Yes, I know.
Great guy. You know, Bill's daffy about you.
He has a funny way of showing it.
Oh, that's just his way. If he didn't like you, he'd be nice as pie to you.
Well, that's an original idea anyway. How's the plane, Pokey?
Oh, the plane. Gee, it's swell. It's a Lulu.
Uh-huh. Where's the money coming from?
Well, you know, Bill and Dick got every cent they own in the world in that plane, and I have too. I cashed my last Liberty Bond the other day. You know, Bill's got at least a half a dozen of his own gadgets on that plane, and they're going to revolutionize airplane building if they work out.
If they work out.
Everything Bill's got he's had to fight for. He's had to scrimp and save and fight and bully and bluff to get that airplane together.
I think I'm beginning to understand him a little. I love you, Bill. Well, who's that?
Well, that's Bill's sister.
Oh, isn't she pretty? Have you any pictures of yourself, Pokey?
Oh, sure. Millions of them. Here. Oh, gee, excuse me. I'm sorry about the chaise lounge. You see, that's where I sleep when Dick's here.
Now, don't mind me. Come on, let's see the pictures.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, that's me, right when I landed in the middle of a herd of wild bulls.
What for?
Well, it just seemed to be the thing to do at the time.
Well, here's a parachute on water. Where are you?
I'm 6 feet under the parachute. How in the world did that get in there?
Oh, it takes a lot of fortitude to jump, doesn't it, Pokey?
Huh?
Courage.
Oh, no. No, nothing to it. You see, all you do is just bail out and count 10 and then grab the ring. The ring's right over your heart.
My heart would be up in my throat.
Yeah, well, then you'd probably grab your throat and choke yourself to death. You know, I thought of that right out of my head.
You're wonderful.
Oh, look. Here. Simple.
You know, seriously, Pokey, that's why I came up here. Can I do that?
Why do you want to do it?
Oh, I have a reason.
Well, there's no dough in it. I mean, you can't make any money.
I don't want to make money. I want to make one jump, that's all. Just one jump.
So, I think if I can get it for $40, we'll have something, but...
Well, hello. This is a surprise.
Yes, fancy seeing me here.
Yes, fancy.
Did you come over to see how the poor folks live?
Oh, not exactly. I came over to see Pokey and some of his parachute jumps. He spent most of the time talking about the great you and your ship.
Did he show you the plans for our ship?
What was that?
Or maybe you were interested in taking away my best mechanic.
Well, I guess that's my cue for a takeoff. Nice to have seen you again. Goodbye, Pokey.
You ought to be poked in the nose. What do you mean accusing her of trying to steal the plans for the ship and take me away from you?
Figure it out for yourself.
What's it all about?
Just the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
I'm afraid you're right. Did you see me? I just landed. That's all there is to it. Simple, huh?
Say, that's an art.
Well, of course it's an art. Now, I'll give it to you in one easy lesson. Here, hold this. There. Now, the only thing a parachute jumper worries about is how he's going to hit.
So is everybody watching him.
Well, sure, that's the idea.
Now, hold everything. You're getting me dizzy.
Yeah, me too. Now, there are lots of pleasant possibilities, like twisting an ankle on a loose stone, and then you gotta dodge trees and buildings and high-tension wires.
Yeah, well, suppose your chute doesn't open.
Oh, well, then you got nothing else to worry about. Oh, but wait a minute. That's the only thing a parachute jumper doesn't worry about. Here it is. First you jump. You count 10. You pull the ring on your left chest. And then you wait until you're close enough to the ground, and you begin to maneuver your shroud ropes.
Oh, nice word.
Yeah, just like I showed you. First on one side and then on the other until you hit the spot you're aiming at. Say, it's the simplest thing in the world. I have sailed from one side of the field to the other while I was dropping.
Well, listen, how do you figure how long to wait in your delayed opening jump?
Oh, well... Hey, don't you try anything like that when you're up there.
Oh, don't worry, I won't.
Now, look, I've got it figured out like this on paper. A body falls at the rate of 120 miles an hour, which is 1,000 feet every 8 seconds. All I do when I jump is just start counting until I figure I'm far enough down, and then I pull the cord. Simplest thing in the world. Here, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Now, look. Zing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you are. You got it?
I got it.
Hey, Bill, you going to take off?
Yeah. Better go to the factory and get a new brake pedal.
Oh, well, I think she's all right, but you better get a little altitude before you start out.
Okay, Pokey.
What's the matter? Going silly?
Wait till you see what happens. Sure, it's Miss Gale. Bill said she didn't have any intestinal fortitude. She's going to do a parachute jump.
What is damn hell is Bill trying to do? Look at that.
Why, that crazy fool, that girl's going to get hurt.
If she does, it's your fault.
Did you see his face? Was he worried?
He doesn't like her much.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Hi there. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Open your tray table, please. Thank you. Hi there. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. take your trash? Hello, excuse me. Hello, excuse me. Can I take your trash? Hello, excuse me. your trash? Hello, excuse me. Can I take your trash? Hello, excuse me.
Boy, the war's on. And how? Oh, that ain't no way to make a spot landing. Are you all right?
All right. I think I'm terrific.
You little brat, you. You're the most asinine person I've ever met.
Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls.
Bailing out of a plane without even knowing how to do it.
Well, at least I didn't light in a ditch.
Or you could have broken your neck.
So could the little girl that jumped off the barn. Well, aren't you going to help me down?
You got in this. Suppose you get out of it.
Hey, mister, give me a puff.
Come on, get out of that tree, you young Tarzan, you. Come on.
Well, now, none of your tricks.
Come on.
Oh, you're so good to me.
Do you know what you're doing? I hope so. And very nice, too. A lot better than kissing hands.
So, first you tried to kill my fiancée, and now you're kissing her.
Your fiancée? Nice work. I understand she's worth $20 million.
Why didn't you tell him how it happened? The night I said yes, there was moonlight. And champagne.
Do you regret it, darling?
I said I'd marry you if you win the race.
Well, have you any doubt I will do it?
Plenty.
So, you think I won't win that race, huh?
And a good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Stanley Cup races, and what races they are. The sun is shining, the clouds are riding high, but not too high for those fearless boys in the air. And there they go, the Hollywood trio, executing a
you suppose he is? What could have happened to him?
Well, search me. He left the house an hour ago.
He wouldn't do a thing like this.
Wait a minute. I'll telephone, see if we missed it.
Okay.
Hello, let me talk to the field. He's not there? No message? Thanks. No sign of him. You go on. If he shows up, I'll bring him over in the car.
Fine, thank you. Excellent. We've got about 5 minutes before you. Everything all right? Check my left bank, please.
This strong American heiress has become well known in aviation circles. Here comes another entry in the Stanley Cup race. The Edwards Meteor, which will be flown by Dick Bennett, famous transport pilot of Consolidated Airlines. Bill Edwards,
Where's
designer...
the pilot, Mr. Edwards? I don't know.
...stepping out of the cockpit. The ensuing race will be watched with interest by government officials, heads of aviation companies, soldiers, sailors,
I can't find Dick Bennett. Will you hold up the race?
Not a chance.
It's Bill.
Only 15 minutes. I know he'll be here by then.
I'm sorry, we have to run this meet on schedule. If you want to enter your plane in the race, you'll have to leave right on the dot.
All right, I'll fly it myself.
You have a dual permit.
Well, that's funny. I wonder if anything's wrong.
Bill! Bill!
Well, what the... Stick, what happened?
The Baron slugged me.
Well, what for?
I don't know. He must have been doing something to the plane.
Well, Bill's gonna fly that plane. We gotta stop him. Could you make it?
Sure, I'm okay. Let's go.
Attention, please. If Dick Bennett is in the stands, will he kindly come to the judges' box at once?
There he goes. Good luck to a daring flyer.
Attention, please. Attention, please. There is a change of pilots on plane number 5 at the starting line.
Dick Bennett will not
I don't want to.
which instead will have Bill Edwards, designer and builder at the controls himself. He's climbing into the cockpit. In just a minute, he will be away.
Bill's going to fly his own plane.
Bill's not a racing pilot. I wonder what happened to Dick.
There goes Bill Edwards. Building of this plane at Lakeview Airport nearby.
Judge,
What is it, Bennett?
I want to enter a protest against Baron Haggard.
Why?
What happened? Haggard knocked Dick out.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I found Dick in the hangar.
Eyes and ears tell me these boys are smashing all existing speed records. Racing history is being made today. Wow, it's going to seem awfully tame.
Please call in my plane.
Yes, Miss Strong. that plane?
He's heading for the pilot, but he'll never make the turn. He's trying to gain altitude. He can't do it. He's down, almost to the ground. Almost to the ground. The crowds are rising in their seats. They sense the danger. Edwards is down now, still headed for the pilot. This plane out of control. Yes. Look at it crashing. Something else has happened. They're waving down Baron Hegard's plane. That means he's disqualified.
Come on, Phil, you're all right. Come on, Phil, you're all right.
Baron Hegard is landing in the field. The judge is running over to his plane. Just as soon as I can find out what has happened, we'll tell you all about it.
What happened? Take it.
Everything that's humanly possible is being done, Dick. You know that.
But he's been unconscious for 4 days.
Here's the nurse.
Nurse, what does the doctor say?
The doctor will be out in just a moment.
This is all my fault.
No, it isn't, Miss Gale. Honest, it isn't. You couldn't help it.
Yes, I could. I brought Hager to America.
Haggard will get his.
That doesn't help Bill much.
If I could only see Bill, if I could only talk to him. There's so much he doesn't understand. Doctor, how is he?
He can't live over 48 hours.
Oh, there must be someone somewhere who can help him.
If he were in England, there might be a chance.
What do you mean?
Dr. Crowder of London has just perfected a serum for cases like this. You say he'll live 48 hours? I would say so. Jack, I want your plane.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going after that serum.
All right, you can have it, but I'm going with you.
Dick, to London and back, it's impossible.
You love that fellow in there, don't you? So do we.
Come on, Jack, let's go.
How much you putting on?
All she'll take. How much gas do we got?
All she'll take, Dick. They're filling it up. 1,300 gallons.
So long, Porky. See you day after tomorrow.
So long, Dick.
Hey, Dick, bring me back a pound of tea, will you?
Oh.
So long, fellas. Happy landing.
She's sure as a honey.
Certainly is a lot different from the old days, isn't it, Dick? When ships used to be made of cheesecloth, baling wire, fishing pole. I wouldn't taxi one of those crates on the ground on a bet today with a parachute on.
All eyes are centered upon the flight of Dick Bennett, crack pilot for the Consolidated Airlines, who planed out this morning for London in a desperate effort to save the life of Bill Edwards. Before taking off, Bennett said he would be back in less than 48 hours. This will be the first flight of its kind ever before attempted. Good luck, Dick Bennett, and speedy return.
I figure we're about halfway over, Dick. We've been out 10 hours now.
That's just about right.
We have just picked up by shortwave the information that Dick Bennett has been sighted at the coastline in the south of England. He cut inland for Croydon, where he undoubtedly will land in a very few minutes. We will announce his arrival from the station just as soon as the news is flashed to us.
Mr. Bennett, allow me to congratulate you.
Thank you, Sir Charles.
Here is the serum. I talked with Dr. Harvey, who transatlantic phone this morning. He understands the treatment perfectly.
You don't know what this means to us, Doctor.
My contribution is very small compared with yours.
A new record in transatlantic flying was established today when Dick Bennett landed at Croydon Airport, England.
They made it! They made it! They made it! They're in London! They're in England! Hey! Hey, they made it! I knew they would, you old flying fool!
Tanks are filled, sir. Good.
Here's the weather report, sir. There's a terrific storm over the Atlantic, and the Air Ministry advises you wait.
We can't wait. Thank you just the same, though.
Man, you'll never do it.
That's what they told us when we left America. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Bennett, and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Goodbye, sir. Glad to meet you.
Latest news of the transatlantic flyers. Dick Bennett and George Carter, who landed at Croydon after a 21-hour flight across the Atlantic, took off almost immediately, waiting just long enough to pick up the serum and refuel their plane. The takeoff was made despite warnings from the British Air Ministry of dangerous storms now raging over the Atlantic.
Look, the oil temperature's fine.
It's all right. We just...
bulletin. There's been no further word from Bennett and Carter.
About 13 hours, Dick. We're not making the time that we did on the trip over.
Crash! No word has been heard from Dick Bennett and Jack Carter, who are battling the elements in a desperate effort to fly back from London in time to save the life of Bill Edwards.
Using an awful lot of gas, Dick. Getting kind of low.
Maybe we better throttle back a little.
See that?
Right.
News broadcast just says we're lost.
Maybe they're right. How long have we been out? 18 hours?
It's all right. Got some hot music here. That put the radio set out of whack.
Oh, gone out, but that fork his teeth.
Flash, we have just learned that Washington has ordered Coast Guard cutters to render every possible service in establishing contact with Dick Bennett, who is piloting his plane through terrific storms across the Atlantic Ocean. Several Coast Guard cutters steamed out of Boston Bay this morning in a valiant effort to contact the plane.
You are listening to 2GC Australia, bringing you the latest news of the day. Ici Paris, Tour Eiffel. KJZ.
Due to heavy storms at sea, all efforts to communicate with Dick Bennett have been blocked.
To go from Croydon, England, after a record-breaking flight.
Voici les dernières nouvelles de Bennett et Carter. こちらは日本神戸放送局でございます。
No word has been received from Dick Bennett and Jack Carter.
アメリカ飛行家、ベネットおよびカーター、
Amateur wireless operators are requested to stand by for possible contact with the missing plane.
aviateurs américains partis de Croydon.
Because of the unusual storm area they've encountered.
英国クロイドン飛行場を出発して以来、Angleterre pour un voyage transoceanique.
Great anxiety expressed in communication circles throughout the entire world.
何度も通信を発しておりません。Les autorités de l'aéroport de Croydon s'efforcent d'entrer en contact avec Bennett et Carter.
Read all about it. Terrible tragedy. Highest loss at sea. Extra.
Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett.
Give me the morning news.
Thank you to Bennett.
Might as well fold up the tent. Those guys are gone now.
Take it easy, will you? Thank you to Bennett.
Another crack like that out of you and you'll be gone.
Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to Bennett.
Let me call my paper, Pokey.
Thank you to
There's no
Bennett.
use getting sore about it. Those guys are gone.
Bennett.
Aren't they?
Thank you to Bennett.
Can I quote you on that?
Thank you to Bennett. Thank you to
You asked for it.
Hello? Yeah? Southfield? All ships give Bennett plane sitting down on Southfield preference. Remain in air not to field until advised.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? What they're telling you? They're in. They're in. You can print that.
Go away. Give me the Samaritan Hospital. Hello, let me talk to Miss Strong.
Hello. Honey, it's for you. Hello? Yes, Pokey.
Gail, they're here.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Oh, it's them. Get the doctor. Oh, Pokey, I'm so
crying for? You dame slay me. You always cry when you're happy.
Stand back, everyone. Stand back. Don't crowd around the plane, please. Let Mr. Bennett and Mr. Carter through, please. Ground officials, there's a police car and motorcycle escort waiting at the South Administration Gate. Clear the way, please. This is a matter of life and death, everybody. Clear the way for the officers.
Prepare for the serum.
Hawking! Is it really true?
They've landed. They're on their way.
Well, here they come, boys. Hey, listen, fellas, give us the story.
Who gets this?
I'll take it, thank you.
Come on, be oh, come on, be ready.
Jack!
How's Bill? There's a chance now, a big chance.
It's all right, fella. Everything's going to be all right.
That's Miss Strong's name, Doctor. Shall I get her?
Yes, just a minute.
He's conscious now and asking for you. Just a moment, miss.
That's all right, old fellow. Just take it easy. You're going to be all right.
Well, what is it, fella? How about it?
Give him a little ham sandwich.
What about a cup of coffee?
You're on.
Oh, not you.
A cup of coffee. Well, of all... There's the intern. He'll have some news. How's Bill Edwards? Give us a report.
The serum was a success.
Oh, boy, get back here.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
Yes, buddy. Quiet.
Remember, you're in a hospital.
Oh,
Hey, how about a little service?
Oh, you too goofy throttle benders, you.
You got any coffee for us, Mary?
You bet. Coming right up.
Hey, fellas. Did you read about these two are going to fly across the Atlantic Ocean and back? They'll never make it.
Okay, George, she's all yours.
Through for the day, Hobie?
I'm through for the weekend. And you can sweep out all that rice. Do you realize that in the last 24 hours I've flown 4 couples up to Las Vegas to get married?
Ah, what are you beefing about? You make nothing but dough.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know, sometimes I think money isn't everything. That reminds me, I've got to call Myrtle. See you later.
Okay.
Mr. Carrington, you are Hobie Carrington, aren't you?
Yeah?
Can we go somewhere where we could talk?
I'm listening. Go right ahead.
I want to charter your plane.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm taking the weekend off. I just told my mechanic to...
Yes, I know what you told your mechanic, but you see, this is very important to me. I have to get to Death Valley.
Getting married?
Oh, no, of course not. Why should you ask?
Because all I've been doing is flying the milk run for Cupid. Now I want to relax. Small restaurant, corner table, soft lights, soft music, soft shoulders.
Why not have dinner with me?
It's the best offer I've had today. Where do we go?
I have a table reserved in the hotel in Death Valley.
Oh, just make out like I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'll pay you well. I'll give you $500. On account.
On account?
Oh, I'll pay you some more. You see, I might want you to stay there a few days. Now, what about that dinner?
You know, I'm just beginning to develop an appetite. By the way, what's your name?
Oh, Catherine Forrest. Can we leave right away?
All right, Miss Forrest. I'll meet you at the plane as soon as I wash up.
Hi, Hobie.
Well, Bob Donovan. I always had a hunch you'd wind up as a washroom attendant. But then I suppose it's pretty tough for a tired old ex-major to find a job these days. What happened? Couldn't you hawk those gold oak leaves you used to sport around the China Burma Theater?
The same old Hobie. Keeping your eyes and your ears closed and your mouth open. You haven't changed a bit.
That's right. The same old Hobie that used to risk his neck for you. Remember the time you dropped me off in a Japanese jungle and left me there for 3 weeks to decode messages for you?
Sure, you're the best counter-espionage agent we had. I could use you right now. That is, the government could.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not going together anymore. Don't you remember? I'm a civilian now. You should see me out some night in my new pinstripe uniform. By the way, what are you doing since you got on?
Oh, I've just changed uniforms, not jobs. Right now, I'm looking for a map.
In here?
Well, maybe I can get you to help me find it.
Not a chance. I'm flying charter now. Taking a certain young lady up to Death Valley. I'll be too busy to look for maps. If I happen to see it, I'll let you know.
Thanks.
I'll be able to find you here in your office, I presume. So long. You all set, George?
Just about. Say, Hobie, there's a storm coming in. You may have to fly over it. I'll put the oxygen in.
Okay. Oh, Miss Forrest.
Yes? What is it? I'm Miss Forrest.
You're Miss Forrest. I thought...
Oh, hello, Mr. Carrington. You seem a little confused. This is Miss Catherine Forrest. I used her name because mine is too hard for people to remember. I'm the Countess Maritza de Frasco. Anyway, this is quite all right with you, isn't it, dear?
Oh, why, of course.
And who are these other people, chaperones?
Oh, these are your other passengers. Mr. Van Bush, Mr. Forrest, and Mr. Porter. This is our pilot, Mr. Carrington.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, I'm afraid we may have to fly over some weather.
Just what does that mean?
Might have to use oxygen.
Maybe we better not go then, Kathy.
Oh, what's the difference? Let's get going.
But I never use oxygen.
That's all right. You'll be sitting in front with me. I'll take care of you.
It sounds rather frightening.
What? Sitting with me or using oxygen?
Well, maybe I try them both and find out.
You know, oxygen isn't at all bad. I used it overseas. As a matter of fact, it's quite exhilarating.
Really?
Yes.
I still don't like the idea of all the company.
Oh, but we're having dinner together.
Are there any special seating arrangements, pilot?
Well, Miss Forrest, the Countess, is sitting up front with me. You can make yourselves comfortable any place you like.
Thanks.
Here's a weather report, Hobie. Oh, here's something else that just came.
Happy landing.
Hey, Porter. What? I thought you were going to watch the scenery.
Oh. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
How did you happen to pick me for this trip?
Oh, you were the only charter pilot available?
What do you mean the only one available?
Well, all the other ones were booked up solid for the weekend. It must be quite a thrill to be able to handle a plane like you do. Been flying long?
A few years.
You were a flyer during the war?
Uh-huh. Why didn't you tell me you were bringing a whole party of people?
Oh, well, it was sort of a dream up at the last moment.
You might have trouble getting accommodations at the hotel. They're usually booked up in advance.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to find something.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's looking out and down. It seems to bother me.
Don't you feel well?
No, I think I better go back and sleep in the cabin. Oh, Caddy, will you change places with me?
Why, sure, I'd love to.
Oh, Kathy, let me sit there. So I'll be glad.
Guess not. Guess I'll just go back to the phone then.
Mister, you can't stand up front.
Jan, why don't you go back and keep Mr. Porter company?
Well, he doesn't need any company. He's fast asleep.
You know the only money I can lay my hands on is what I get from Kathy. I've spent what little Dad left me.
What about the money you made during the war?
What money? In a Japanese prison camp on a forsaken island in the Pacific.
You've been telling that story so often, Claude. I think you're beginning to believe it yourself.
Right. I'll give you some money tonight when we get to Death Valley.
What altitude are we flying at?
About 14,000. You better put on your oxygen mask. You go back to your seat and fasten your safety belt. We'll have to hit some rough weather. Tell the rest of the people to put on their oxygen masks.
This is a cool hurt.
you feel, Miss Forrest?
A little woozy, but I'll be all right.
I'll take care of her.
Mr. Carrington, are you sure that oxygen hose was connected before we took off?
Of course, everything was inspected. What do you expect him to say, Liz? Look, mister, you're asking for it, aren't you?
Gentlemen, this won't do anybody any good. We're safely here, and I don't think Kathy will suffer any ill effects.
Well, it isn't his fault if she isn't.
Oh, stop, Claude. I'm all right.
Yes, it seems to me we are all being rather childish. Come on, my dear. Let's go to the hotel.
What about our luggage?
The pilot will bring it.
Can I give you a hand, sir?
Yeah, thanks.
I still say it is the pilot's fault.
Oh, forget it, Jan. I think he's rather nice. And so does Kathy, don't you, dear?
Really, I didn't notice him too much. Will you see about the reservations, please, Claude?
Sure thing. You have reservations for the Forest, the Countess de Frasco Maritza, Gerald Porter, and Jan Van Bush.
I'm sure we have. Hello, Countess. Oh, hello, Kathy.
Hello, Mr. Walker. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Mr. Porter.
How do you do, Mr. Walker? How do you do, Mr. Porter?
I should think you two mining engineers would know each other.
Where have you operated mostly, Mr. Walker? Well, to tell the truth, I haven't operated much since the war. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Van Bush, Mr. Walker.
How do you do?
And this is our pilot, Mr. Carrington.
Oh, I'm glad to know you. Glad to know you. Will you excuse me? I have a long-distance call. What is our luggage?
Well, I was going to bring it up, but I didn't have my union card, so I let the bellboys do it.
Well, we've been trying to get you a room, Mr. Carrington, but they're pretty full. You see, we had our reservations here for some time.
Well, that's all right. Just put me up in the servants' quarters.
We've managed to get Mr. Carrington's room. Here's your key, sir.
Thanks. Well, what about that dinner we planned with the soft lights and the music? Is that out?
Well, we have been invited to be Mr. Walker's guest, but why don't you come to my room for a cocktail after I freshen up?
All right.
See you later, then.
Hello. Hello. Give me the manager, please. This is Mr. Van Bush speaking. I have a complaint to make. Somebody's been going through my luggage. Yes. I want a thorough investigation.
Hello, Superman. I'm not surprised.
You didn't think you could get away from me that easy, did you? I intended to be down here when you arrived, and I intend to stay here.
You mean we're roommates?
No, neighbors.
Look, let's stop this cops and robbers, shall we?
It's too late now. Why do you think that you're the only charter plane available?
That's why I got a room in a crowded hotel, huh?
That's right. Tell me, did anything important happen on the way down?
I'll say it did. Somebody kicked the oxygen tube loose on my plane. Captain Forrest was almost killed. I'd have been grounded for life.
Hoping this trip you're on is far from a pleasure, Joan. It's a dangerous mission. Anytime that you get international racketeers exploiting atomic energy, anything can happen.
Why'd you have to pick me for this job? I did enough of your dirty work overseas.
Because you're the only one I can trust.
That's very flattering. But I don't like being drafted this way.
Tell me, what's all this squawk about Van Bush saying somebody went through his luggage? Did you find anything suspicious?
Yeah. He wears silk underwear.
Kathy?
Yes?
Will you do me a favor?
How much is it this time?
I need $2,000.
$2,000? What on earth for?
Look, do I have to explain every time I need a little money?
But, Claude, this can't go on. I've been giving you so much money these last few weeks.
Okay. Put me through the usual 3rd degree.
Would you care to join me?
Nope, this is business. You cabled me from Honolulu that you had some information on Claude Forrest. That's why I sent for you. Would you be interested in selling that information?
Why, Tom, what a question. How much?
I think you'll find me generous enough.
You know, I have it right here. But tell me, why do you want it?
Well, that shouldn't concern you. Let's just say, I don't want to see it get into the wrong hands.
This must be the last.
All right, but I don't know why you have to be so stingy. After all, it's just as much my money as it is yours, even though Dad did leave it to you.
I'm not stingy, Claude. It's just that, well, I can't afford to spend
Oh,
the way...
forget it. Come on, let's get downstairs. They're most likely waiting dinner for us.
All right, I'll be with you in a minute.
Bobby, you got to get the proper perspective. When international cartels start to work, the life of a human being isn't very important.
You think Catherine Forrest looks like the type that would be mixed up with an international cartel?
I didn't say that, but I did check on the Forrest. They gave a house party in Honolulu, and one of their guests was a Korean who was to deliver a certain map of a South Pacific island to one of our agents. Well, he never got there. He was killed, and the map was never found.
How does that tie in with the rest of the party?
Because every passenger on your plane was a member of that house party.
Whom do you suspect?
It's anybody's guess. Whom do you suspect? What about the Countess?
Well, I'll be able to tell you more about the Countess in a couple of minutes. But it might not be what you want to know.
I still think you should tell me why you want this information on Claude.
Look, Liz, it's none of your business. You're not giving it to me. I'm buying it, and I'm willing to pay a good price.
Do you have the money with you?
I'll get it after dinner. And that reminds me, I'd better be getting downstairs.
Yes, and I should get ready too.
We'll get together later this evening. Pardon me.
Hello, Countess. I'm glad you're at home.
Good evening, Mr. Carrington. Do sit down.
Thank you. Are all you foreign women two-fisted drinkers?
No, the second one is for you.
Thanks. Martini. And warm, too.
Now that we are alone, I want to tell you something. I'm very frightened.
Of me?
Oh, no, of course not. No. About what happened in the plane this afternoon.
You mean the business about the oxygen?
Yes. That was meant for me. You remember, I was sitting up front with you.
That's right. But why should anyone want to kill you?
Oh, it's rather involved. You see, I was born on the continent, but I went to an English finishing school, and then I married the Count, and when he died, he left me some rather valuable properties. And there are certain peoples who are trying to get those properties. And I'm very frightened.
Don't be frightened. But who are these people?
It could be anybody on the plane today. Will you help me?
I always said there's nothing like those English finishing schools.
Help me, won't you?
Sure, but who's going to help me? Well, shall we get downstairs?
You go ahead. I'll join you later. I hope you're not too disappointed about not having the dinner we planned.
No, it's a funny thing. I just lost my appetite. But I'll see you later.
At the time.
You're sure you haven't been drinking?
Yeah, I had a martini. I'm wearing the olive to prove it.
Okay, can I help you?
No, it's all right. I can do it all right. I'll see you later. Bartender. What'll it be? A double martini. A double? Yeah. One martini gave me this headache. Maybe two will make it go away. Yes, sir.
I've been looking for you, Carrington.
Get lost.
What's the idea of going through my luggage?
Go away and start over again.
I'm serious. I demand an explanation.
Why don't you start explaining how you happened to kick the oxygen hose loose in my plane?
Look, if you're trying to cover up your own negligence by blaming me for that accident, you're talking to the wrong guy. It so happens I intend to marry Miss Forrest.
Oh? I'll send her my condolences in the morning. Right now, I don't feel so well.
Don't try to change the subject. Why'd you go through my luggage?
Look, I've taken all I'm going to from you. You open your yap once more and I'll close it for you.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you try that.
Don't get up, boys. Is this ring for me or do I have to buy myself one? Hasn't Kitty come down yet, Jan?
Haven't seen her.
Well, please be a good boy and go and call her room. Tell her we're waiting for her. I called your room, but there was no answer. So I rushed downstairs to see if I could find you. Could we go outside and talk?
I've been outside. The desert air seemed to knock me right off my feet.
You mean you were attacked? Oh, we can't talk here. I'm afraid we'll be overheard. Now maybe you understand why I'm so frightened. First it was Cathy. Now it's you.
You haven't anything to worry about. As long as I don't run out of customers.
Oh, I thought you meant what you said, that you helped me.
Sure, I'll help you.
What did you find in Jan's luggage?
Now, why would I want to go through Jan's luggage?
Oh, I thought maybe Claude or Cathy put you up to it. You see, I'm suspicious of everybody. Except you.
Lovely.
We've been looking all over for you.
Oh, really?
I just sent Jan to call your room. Let's all have a drink, shall we?
Hope your head's feeling better, Mr. Carrington.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Mr. Walker. Well, I seem to be the first one of your guests who've arrived.
Oh, I guess the others will be along presently.
It's been that way all along. I'm always the one on time to eat. The rest of them never seem to get hungry. Plus, I took time out for a quick swim, and I wished I'd had time for a horseback ride over the desert. Greatest exercise in the world.
You sound like you spent most of your time outdoors.
I have, all my life. I've engineered in practically every country.
I understood Kathy to say you were in the mining business.
Well, geological engineering. Practically the same thing. I find the valuable minerals and let the other fellow make the money out of it.
Looks like I was having a wild goose chase. They told me to phone your room.
I'm here, Jen.
Hobie, darling.
Why, Irene.
Well, this is the most pleasant surprise I've had in weeks.
Oh, really? Oh, this is the Countess de Frasco Maritza.
How do you do?
Miss Forrest.
How do you do?
Mr. Van Bush.
How are you?
And Miss Forrest's brother, Mr. Forrest. How do you do? Miss Allison, an old friend of mine.
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, we were more than just friends. I used to be Mrs. Carrington.
Then I'm sure you two must have a great deal to talk over. Will you excuse me?
Yes, come, Kathy. Will you excuse us, Miss Ellison?
Excuse me.
Well, what's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that?
Because a lot of funny things have happened to me today.
Oh, but Hobie, this isn't funny. This is wonderful.
Would you like to go for a walk in the garden with me?
Why didn't you let me know you were back?
What do you mean, let you know? I didn't know where to find you. Besides, I didn't think you were interested in hearing from me. The last letter I got from you, I read in a bomb shelter. It's funny how clear it seems. Please sign the enclosed papers. I want a divorce. I spent the whole night with a chaplain talking about it.
I know. I'll regret it all my life.
You'll regret it. You got married right away, didn't you?
Oh, you mean Reggie. But, Hobie, you were gone so long. And Reggie was in a position to do me so much good. After all, he was backing my show.
Sure. So what are you doing here?
Well, I established residence in Las Vegas. I just sneaked down here for the weekend. I'm getting a divorce.
Show flopped, huh?
Yes, and it was all Reggie's fault. Just because I met Gregory Lawrence. He's a Hollywood producer and in a position to do me so much good.
Reggie's pretty narrow-minded, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he? But enough of that. Oh, Hobie, this is wonderful. This is like old times. We can have the whole weekend together.
You can turn it on and off just like that, can't you?
Why, Hobie, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, skip it. Anyway, I'm working. I've got a charter flight for the Countess.
The Countess?
Yeah, you met her when you came in.
Oh, that's phony. Why, she's no more of a countess than I am. I met her in show business before I met you. She went by the name of Lolly Lorraine.
You know what you're talking about?
Certainly. She and I worked in an act with Tamburini the Great. We were his assistants. The last time I saw her, she was being sawed in half.
You didn't say anything about that when you met her.
Of course not. I may be a cat, but I'm not that catty. He wants to make like she's a countess. That's all right with me.
Excuse me a minute. I'll be right back.
What's new?
Plenty. A lot of things have been happening.
What happened?
Unimportant things like me getting hit in the head. Anyway, I got it.
You got what?
What you've been looking for. I got it from the Countess. How do you like that?
What was it?
It's an envelope. Had a lot of papers in it. Written in Japanese.
You mean to say you had it and you lost it?
I've been losing a lot of things, and they're all connected with you.
For instance?
For instance, I just bumped into Irene, the ex-Mrs. Carrington. She might not have been Mrs. X if you'd have given me that leave I asked for when she wanted a divorce.
Do you think that would have helped any?
Maybe not.
Listen, Hobie. I wish I could get you to realize that the job we're doing now might be just as important as fighting a war. That we might keep other men from going through what we went through. Leaving their wives.
Okay, you can stop waving the flag. I won't back out. It just burns me to think somebody could make me for that envelope.
Who made you for it?
Just wonder.
Think you have a chance of getting it back?
It's possible. I'll see you later.
Good luck.
Irene, were you on the level about the Countess?
Of course, I think it was the summer before I met you. Tamburini was looking for some girls to work the audience. You know, pull things out of women's purses. It was always good for a laugh.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Anyway, I was in the act when she came. I told her the routine.
You know, you could do me a favor. Let's have dinner and we'll talk it over.
Oh, I want to compliment you on a delicious dinner, Mr. Walker.
Oh, thank you.
I've eaten all over the world, and I think that's probably the most enjoyable meal I've ever had.
Oh, I think it'll be nice having our coffee out here on the terrace. Incidentally, I have some excellent brandy.
Wonderful.
What do you say, Countess?
I would love it if you give me a few moments to repair the ravages of dinner. What about you, Kathy?
Kathy and I are going to take a walk.
Yes, it's a beautiful night.
Excuse me.
We've been here for hours now. When are we going to get down to business?
Oh, Countess? Yes? You must have thought me dreadfully rude this evening. Why? I stared so terribly. For a moment, I thought you were someone I knew. But then I realized how stupid that was of me because the girl that I knew was taller and...
I'll see you later.
Yes, dear.
Probably shouldn't drink that coffee. Keep me awake nights.
You must have taught her the routine.
Is that what you wanted? Looks like Egyptian hieroglyphics to me.
Well, it's a love letter I wrote to a mummy once. She's been holding it over my head.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Porter? We have some business to discuss.
Oh, certainly, certainly. I'll just sit here and enjoy the desert air.
You know, I'm kind of glad Gregory got tied up at the last minute.
Was he going to meet you here?
Yes, that's why I came down from Las Vegas. This is much better. Let's don't spoil it. I'm thinking about everything.
Including Greg?
Everything and everybody. Well, aren't you coming in?
I told you I had some unfinished business.
Oh, but can't it wait until tomorrow?
Look, we've been separated for over 4 years. You seem to get along all right without me.
Now, Hobie Carrington, you know very well it wasn't all my fault. After all, you didn't have to go and enlist. You could have waited till they drafted you.
You have things all figured out, haven't you?
But of course. Oh, I just love it here. Please.
Well, how nice.
Where's everybody?
Oh, Claude and Mr. Walker have gone to talk over some business. You've known Mr. Walker for some time, haven't you?
Yes, I met him in Cairo several years ago.
Really? Very forceful man, Mr. Walker. Claude isn't in any trouble, is he?
Oh, not that I know of. Why?
Oh, I just think his nervousness is due to more than the war. I don't like to see Claude get mixed up with the wrong people.
You mean Mr. Walker is...
I don't know. Something going on. I don't like what happened to Kathy this afternoon.
No, I don't either. It's getting chilly. I think I get a wrap. Don't get up.
Listen, Claude, there's no use trying to high-pressure me. I'm not ready to do business yet. When I am, you'll know about it.
Well, if you want to do it, it's going to be tonight.
Well, what's the rush?
You know what the rush is. I need money. I know someone who is. As a matter of fact, he's waiting for me in Las Vegas now.
I don't invest $250,000 without considering every angle.
You'll never get it any cheaper.
No.
Jen, I appreciate the way you feel about me, but... well, I just don't intend to have you routine my life.
You'd be a lot better off if I routine it instead of that good-for-nothing brother of yours.
Jen.
And he's not the only one. That woman who calls herself a countess, Porter. And as for Walker, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could see him.
Jen, I will not have you insulting my friends.
But it's quite all right for that uncouth pilot Carrington to insult me. Ex-wives trailing him while he's drooling over the countess. And you...
I'm sure Mr. Carrington's private life is no concern of mine. Hello?
Where's Claude?
We just left. He said he was going back into the hotel. Are we ready to do business?
I guess so.
Have you the document with you?
Have you the,
Well?
Why, the little...
mean it, Kathy. You're a silly goose. You need someone to look after you.
And you've appointed yourself my custodian.
Yes. Do you know of anyone better?
Jen, please.
Kathy.
Jen, stop. Stop it.
And you heard what the lady said. The lady said stop.
Listen, it seems to me you're always butting in where you're not wanted.
Yeah, I didn't see the welcome mat rolled out for you.
Carrington, I only know one way to deal with you.
Don't worry, it's the shallow end.
You'll pay for this, Carrington.
I'm not usually the Sir Galahad type, but you seem to be giving away an awful lot of weight.
You've really had a busy evening, haven't you? What with the Countess, me, ex-wives popping up.
Oh, Irene.
Still in love with her?
Lately, I've been wondering whether I ever really was in love with her. Up to now, I thought... So.
How long has it been since you've seen her?
About 4 years. She divorced me while I was overseas.
Oh, that's terrible. When I get married, it will be for keeps.
You look like the type that would.
Of course, I'd make sure I loved him before I married him.
That lets Jan out, doesn't it?
Oh, he knows I don't love him. Shall we go in?
No, thanks. I think I'll stay outside a while and smoke a cigarette.
Then I'll say good evening. It was very nice talking with you, Mr. Carrington.
It would have been nicer if she said Hobie. I've been noticing this ring. It's very interesting. Family crest?
No, it was Claude's. He brought it back from the Orient, and when he got home, he had it cut down and gave it to me. There's quite an Oriental legend connected with it, though.
Really? You must tell me about it sometime.
I will. But first I must find out what it is from Claude. He hasn't told me yet. Good night, Hobie.
Good night.
I remember, you take one lump.
No, now it's 2 lumps. Oh, thanks. Hey, what happened?
Well, I found you lying out on the terrace last night. When you sent my key up to me, I decided I wanted to have a little talk with you. But when I found you, you were in no condition to talk.
Well, how'd you get me up here?
I bribed the bellboy. I told him you were drunk. Say, what's going on, Hobie?
Yeah, I wish I knew.
Did it have something to do with that letter?
How do you like that? It's gone again. Well, I've got to get back to the room. Thanks for the use of the hall.
Don't thank me.
I've been waiting for you. Surprised you weren't in your room. What happened to you?
Somebody rapped me in the head.
What, again?
Yeah.
Listen, Hobie. I've got to leave. That's why I wanted to see you. From now on, keep your eyes and your ears open, will you? And stay on your feet. I want to know what's happening.
Look, Donovan, I wish you could fix it so I could stay on my feet. I might be able to tell you what's happening. But I can't see very well when I'm lying flat on my back.
Well, you better get downstairs. The sheriff wants to see you.
The sheriff?
Yes. Murder investigation. Walker was killed last night, stabbed to death. I gotta leave.
Hey, whose side are you on?
The medical examination shows that Walker was killed between 11 and 12 last night. You all admit you weren't in your rooms, but yet not one of you can prove where you've been.
I was on the veranda if anyone cared to look.
Yeah, I know. I've got to get back to that wet suit, Mr. Van Bush. After all, Walker was found in the rock pool.
Yeah, but I fell in the swimming pool.
That's right, Sheriff. Mr. Van Bush stumbled. Oh, Mr. Carrington can verify that. Can't you, Hobie?
Mr. Kerrigan, I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad you're glad. Now, what do you want to see me about?
We'll get back to that. By the way, you weren't in your room all night. Where were you?
Well, I was,
He was with me. You see, Mr. Carrington and I used to be married. We were talking about a reconciliation.
Excuse me, I'll get that. Hello? Yes, it's Sheriff Bradley. Fine. You have? They'll be interested to know that. Bye. Well, won't have to detain you folks any longer. They found the murderer.
Oh, well, I can get dressed.
Good.
Who was it?
The fellow been bothering Walker ever since he's been here for money. He signed a confession.
Oh, let's find that. Excuse me.
Go.
Mr. Carrington, will you get the plane ready right away? We are leaving for Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yes. You could expect me to stay after what happened to poor Tom Walker.
You know, you had a narrow escape up there on the veranda.
Why, what do you mean?
I got hit on the head again.
By the way, something very valuable was taken from me last night.
Oh, really?
And I stop at nothing to get it back.
You know, Countess, if I were you, I wouldn't trust myself up in a plane with me.
Why not?
Because I'm tired of getting hit in the head all the time.
Well, Kerrigan, I understand we're leaving. It's a good thing, too, after what happened to that poor chap Walker.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of nice things about Las Vegas. Rather anxious to see them.
Great place for sleeping.
Yes. What? Oh, just a minute, Mr. Carrington. I got quite a collection of these labels. I got some very valuable ones here, too. Here's Exeter and London, completely demolished during the war. There's Singapore, there's Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo, Shanghai. Oh, here's a funny little place in Japan. I bet you've never even heard of it. I can't even make it out myself.
It's Asabi, home of the Cherry Festival.
That's pretty good. You must have flown in the Orient.
Yeah. Well, let's get going.
Hobie!
You simply got to take me to Las Vegas with you. I can't stand this place another minute.
I'm afraid that's out of
I'll even help pilot. Oh, don't have to look so smug about it. I always could fly as well as you. My license is right up to date.
I'm sorry, Irene, but the plane is chartered.
It's quite all right, Miss Edison. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me.
By the way, Mr. Carrington, I believe we have a little unfinished business.
You mean about the dinner with the soft lights and...
Oh, I mean the letter that your ex-wife stole from me last night. May I have it?
Suppose I told you I didn't have it.
I wouldn't believe it.
Well, I haven't.
All right, Carrington, what's your price?
Listen, sister, that might be your racket, but it's not mine.
Why, you insulting little...
Just a minute, Dolly Lorraine. I'm tired of being pushed around by you and your playmates. You can take a commercial plane from here. I'm leaving.
Well, that's the first decent break we've had so far.
We made a bargain with Carrington, and he won't go until he's dismissed.
I'm sure Mr. Carrington's bargains are no better than his words. I, for one, am not surprised at his loose code of ethics.
There's nothing wrong with my code of ethics. And as far as I'm concerned, you're no bargain.
Mr. Carrington, your attitude is insulting. Have you forgotten that your contract is not...
Stick this on your suitcase.
What's the matter, no room?
There's not enough room in this whole town for that bunch and me. Mr. Carrington? Thanks. Excuse me, madam.
Where are you going now?
There's somebody else I've got to tell off. I don't care what you say, Donovan. I've had enough. I don't mind being insulted or having my pockets picked. I'll even go for one slight bash in the head. But when it gets to be a habit. And on top of that, I was questioned for murder. And where were you when all this was happening to me?
I was arranging for someone to be booked for the murder.
What do you mean arranging? He confessed, didn't he?
He's been confessing to murders for the last 10 years. That's what we pay him for.
And you let the murderer get away?
Right here to Las Vegas. The man that killed Walker is going to lead us to the map and the people connected with it.
But, Mr. Rule, this uranium deposit may prove to be one of the richest in the world. That was proven by the test that the Japs made.
Then why didn't the Japs develop it?
It was impossible. Our bombers wouldn't let them. You see, the whole thing is submerged in shallow water off an atoll. It's impossible to find.
Then how do I know that you can find it?
Because I have the map. The only map.
What's the price of this map?
Uranium isn't cheap, Mr. Rule. That's what atomic bombs are made of.
We knew the Countess was a phony. And that letter verifies our suspicions about Claude.
Sure, he was working for some kind of an engineering firm in East Indies. When the Japs invaded, he made a deal with them.
The Japanese were working on atomic energy then. All they needed was uranium.
Could have been a valuable man to him. All that hooey about the Japanese prison camp. Imagine them letting him run around with a valuable gold ring. Why, they rob you blind the minute you get there.
A ring? What kind of a ring?
Strange oriental affair, you know, with the moon and stars. Supposed to have some kind of a legend connected with it. Well, I've got to shove off.
Wait a minute. You're not going anywhere.
Who says I'm not?
You're going to stay around here and find out about that legend.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rule, the best business deal you ever made.
Thank you, Claude. Just what I needed.
Liz, the Countess de Frasco Maritza, Mr. Rule.
How do you do, Mr. Rule? I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, by no means. Please, join us.
Claude, I didn't know you had friends in Las Vegas.
Mr. Rule has a ranch up here that he uses to breed horses.
Oh, so you breed horses, Mr. Rule. Oh, it must be a fascinating business.
Well, it's really not my business. But if I had my way, I'd spend all of my time at my ranch.
Countess, Claude.
Hello.
I was just going for a ride.
Mr. Porter, Mr. Rule. Mr. Porter is a member of our party.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Good to know.
Mr. Rule, if you're acquainted around here, perhaps you can tell me somewhere where they have some good saddle horses.
Mr. Porter, you're in luck. I was just telling the Countess about my ranch. It's only 8 miles from town.
Is that so?
I breed saddle horses.
Well.
Oh, I've got mighty spirited animals, Port. Be glad to have you ride any one of them.
Thank you very much.
Come on, I'll call my ranch and tell them you're coming.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Rule.
you're doing me a favor. They need exercise.
Oh.
Claude and Countess, please join me for cocktails later. Will you?
We'll be delighted.
What did you have to butt in for? I told you I'd get you some money.
Claude, I've been a fool trying to get some money from you. In fact, we've been both fools working against each other.
What do you mean?
real racket. But it's not mine.
Why, you insulting little...
Just a minute, Dolly Lorraine.
What's the matter? No room?
There's not enough room in this whole town for that bunch and me. Mr. Carrington? Thanks. It's insulted or having my pockets picked. I'll even go for one slight bash in the head. But when it gets to be a habit. And on top of that, I was questioned for murder. And where were you when all this was happening to me?
I was arranging for someone to be booked for the murder.
What do you mean arranging? He confessed, didn't he?
He's been confessing to murders for the last 10 years. That's what we pay him for.
And you let the murderer get away?
Right here to Las Vegas. The man that killed Walker's going to lead us to the map and the people connected with it.
But, Mr. Rule, this uranium deposit may prove to be one of the richest in the world. That was proven by the test that the Japs made.
And why didn't the
defined by the test that the Japs made.
Then why didn't the Japs develop it?
It was impossible. Our bombers wouldn't let them. You see, the whole thing is submerged in shallow water off an atoll. It's impossible to find.
Then how do I know that you can find it?
Because I have the map. The only map.
What's the price of this map?
Uranium isn't cheap, Mr. Rule. That's what atomic bombs are made of.
We knew the Countess was a phony. And that letter verifies our suspicions about Claude.
Sure, he was working for some kind of an engineering firm in East Indies. When the Japs invaded, he made a deal with them.
The Japanese were working on atomic energy then. All they needed was uranium.
Could have been a valuable man to him. All that hooey about the Japanese prison camp. Imagine them letting him run around with a valuable gold ring. Why, they rob you blind the minute you get there.
A ring? What kind of a ring?
Strange Oriental affair, you know, with the moon and stars. Supposed to have some kind of a legend connected with it. Well, I've got to shove off.
Wait a minute. You're not going anywhere.
Who says I'm not?
You're going to stay around here and find out about that legend.
Mr. Rule, the best business deal you ever made.
Thank you, Claude. Just what I needed.
Liz, the Countess DeFrasco Maritza, Mr. Rule.
How do you do, Mr. Rule? I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, by no means. Please, join us.
Claude, I didn't know you had friends in Las Vegas.
Mr. Rule has a ranch up here that he uses to breed horses.
Oh, so you breed horses, Mr. Rule. Oh, it must be a fascinating business.
Well, it's really not my business. But if I had my way, I'd spend all of my time at my ranch.
Countess, Claude.
Hello.
I was just going for a ride.
Mr. Porter, Mr. Rule. Mr. Porter is a member of our party.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Good to know.
Mr. Rule, if you're acquainted around here, perhaps you can tell me somewhere where they have some good saddle horses.
Mr. Porter, you're in luck. I was just telling the Countess about my ranch. It's only 8 miles from town.
Is that so?
I breed saddle horses.
Well.
Oh, I've got mighty spirited animals, Port. Be glad to have you ride any one of them.
Thank you very much.
Come on, I'll call my ranch and tell them you're coming.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Rule.
You're doing me a favor. They need exercise.
Oh.
Claude and Countess, please join me for cocktails later. Will you?
We'd be delighted.
What did you have to butt in for? I told you I'd get you some money.
Claude, I've been a fool trying to get some money from you. In fact, we've been both fools working against each other.
What do you mean?
The map you were trying to sell Rule. What?
Good evening. Open your tray table, please. Thank you. Please select your order from the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the seatback monitors ahead of you, where you will be invited to select your meal for today's flight. Your failure to make a selection in a timely fashion may result in you missing the service.
Welcome back to Eggplant, The Secret Lives of Games. We're all game developers, and we have candid conversations with other game creators that dive deep into the art, craft, and process of making games. I'm Nick Sutner. I'm here with Andy Nealon.
Hello.
Zach Gage.
Glad to be aboard.
Doug Wilson.
Hello, everybody.
And special guest, Hosni Auji. Hello, Hosni.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to talk all about your new game, Airplane Mode, today, which you've all been having a good time aboard, as Zach said. And it's, something really different and special. And we got a bunch of questions for you and a couple from our listeners. So thanks for hanging out with us. And I have a little bio for you here. Please correct me if these things are not correct, but you are a graphic designer turned game developer with your company Backronym. You worked on a game called Feed, this really beautiful 3-on-3 fish basketball game kind of thing, and we'll link to it in our show notes. You also worked on Zero Age on iOS, and you've dabbled in VR a bunch as well. And you started Airplane Mode under the working title of Flight Simulator in 2018 as part of the NYU Incubator program. And it was since picked up by AMC Games to be published on Steam and available now. Is that all correct?
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. And yeah, this is a pretty unique game. Folks may have read about a game in which you can take a 2-something-hour flight from JFK to Nova Scotia or a 5-something-hour flight from JFK to Reykjavik and enjoy the fruits of flying within. But if you don't mind sort of describing the game for us in your words, Hosni, I'd love to hear it from you.
Well, it actually started very differently. The idea wasn't to be necessarily just, a simulator. It was more, for the longest time, and so a week before flying, I'm always like thinking, what is it I'm supposed to do on this plane right now to distract myself from the fact that I'm, suspended in midair. So that's kind of this idea of just kind of sitting in a plane and not doing anything and just waiting for something to happen, especially in the context of a video game. That's kind of where it started. This idea of, will it build dread? Will it not build dread? And this sort of took off from there. This kind of more going into aviation culture and that kind of stuff.
So was that not, sounds like it was maybe like a kind of a therapeutic thing potentially to acclimatize yourself with it, or more just to sort of see if you could recreate that experience?
It was more that I have all this, because the ways I used to try to comfort myself before a flight was I just read up on aviation a lot, and so I have all this useless knowledge in my head, or this little idiosyncrasies of flight, and it became like an outlet for all this stuff. I wouldn't say it was therapeutic as much, because I think if I was still in I've gotten over it since then, but if I was still super anxious about flying, I don't think I would have been able to sit through the game and just work on it and have to to deal with this thing day in, day out. So I think I passed the point where I feel I used it for therapy, but it was definitely an outlet for all of the stuff that I've been thinking about or reading up on.
So, sometimes when I'm working on a piece, like a piece of art sometimes the inspiration for it comes from having an experience that just feels important or meaningful, and then trying to take that experience and translate what was meaningful about it to other people. Did you feel like that happened with airplane mode? I think like something that I was struck by when I started playing it was how singular the experience is. Like as soon as you get into it and start it, you're like, oh yes, this is airplane mode. I'm in airplane mode. This is the thing. And like, I don't think that's true of a lot of experiences. And I think it's really deft of you to sort of like make that realization and then be able to point it out and recreate it.
Right. Yeah. I think part of that does come into play. What I find like kind of weird, because they say, the idea of flying is boring, right? This in itself is kind of absurd, because on the one hand, you're, like I was saying, you're suspended, like there's jet engine fuel burning right outside next to you, the sub-zero temperatures, and air pressure and all this stuff, and you're just kind of like nodding off in the chair, sipping wine, watching something. And that idea that you're bored in this kind of context is pretty crazy. Not to mention that like flight has been like this. It's been the dream, right? That's been the thing for centuries. People want to fly, and now that we're flying, and we're just kind of it's so mundane and boring, and why would anyone care about this?
For people listening too, I mean, this is the experience of the game. So you are sitting on a flight from a first-person perspective. Things look relatively photoreal around you, and you can do everything you would expect, right? You can enjoy the in-flight entertainment. You can mess with the armrests. You can go to the restroom. You can be served a meal. You can put on headphones. You can do a crossword puzzle. Like it's sort of the suite of like mundane activities, which is interesting. Like you're saying, it's it's doing these things in the context of like hurtling through the air in this metal cylinder that we all like immediately take for granted. It also brought forth a bunch of really interesting like feelings and weird sense memories for me. Like when I was in the airplane bathroom, like I almost smelled it, because I think airplane bathrooms tend to smell a specific way, not a bad way even, just like a very specific scent that I think is nowhere else in life. And like the way that the faucets look, you are really spot on. There was at one point there was sort of a high-pitched whining sound for a little while, and I wasn't sure if that was like the air pressure or a bug or something, but I found myself actually like covering my nose and blowing my ears a little bit to like clear the pressure, like in real life, and it was really weird. And it also, I'll say, like it did feel very nostalgic and bittersweet for me right now, and got me like a little emotional at some point of like just feeling so instantly absorbed into this experience that I've done so many times and taken for granted for so many times. And I thought it was really powerful.
I'd like to add to the thing that you said, because Nick set us up, or set at least me up for like high expectations of like going to the restroom. It's like, oh, don't forget to go to the restroom. And so I go to the restroom, I'm like, what did he mean?
Well, it's like the other place you can go.
And just like, no, you just went to the restroom. And I was like, oh, this is so gorgeous. It's like, it's so nice that you just, of course I'm messing with everything in there, right? Because I'm like expecting something weird to happen.
Yeah, those tissue physics, come on.
I mean, I was trying very hard to get the tissue into the garbage bin, and that was actually extremely hard to do.
Well, talking about you were expecting something weird to happen, Hasi, maybe you can't even answer this, but are there like shocking or wacky random events that can happen? Because I was under the impression that this probably can't happen. Like, but did you ever consider putting in like extremely rare events like flying through Aurora Borealis or sitting next to a celebrity or whatever? Or is that not really in the spirit of the game so much?
No, that's definitely there. There's stuff that's in the game that I won't talk about yet, and there's stuff that's coming in that I won't talk about yet, and no one will know when it got in.
Great.
The good thing of having this statistics being kind of real to real life is that you can go like for a few months without putting something in and still have plausible deniability, right?
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. I was really okay. I got to keep playing that. Well, so on the flip side of that question, airplane mode reminded me a lot of Gone Home, which is like maybe a weird thing to say, but in that I knew rationally that nothing bad was going to happen to me in airplane mode, like in Gone Home, but I couldn't shake this feeling like I was playing a horror game, that some disaster was going to happen. I've seen just too many movies about plane crashes that I think my brain was like irrationally expecting that the whole time. The same thing with Gone Home. I knew it wasn't actually a horror game, but I was like so scared the whole time playing it. And I guess I just feel like airplane mode, whether it wants to be or not, is in dialogue with the whole history of media. Am I just a weirdo, or did other testers kind of report that kind of response, that like unease or like worry that the plane was going to crash?
No, that was actually sort of indirectly part of the design, right? Is because this idea in any film or game, if you're in a plane for too long, that plane, something's going to happen to that plane.
Yeah,
If you're in a plane scene, if the plane scene in a movie is a bit too long, and then it's not going to end well, likely, right? And the same with the game. I was trying to think when we started. I was trying to think of games that depict planes, and there were very few, and most of them ended badly.
Yeah.
So that just, I think, I don't know if it's connected to playing a game, and then you're playing a game and there's expectations there, and even though you like reasonably know that nothing's going to happen, it's like something should happen or might happen. And I think that's part of what I kind of wanted that feeling, because that's how like feel when you fly, right? Most likely nothing's going to happen, something might, and so there's this thing you can't shake in the back of your head. And if you did feel that, that's great, but that's not something one can put in and hope that everyone experiences.
Yeah.
There were so many small moments like this. Like I was doing the Sudoku puzzle, and I didn't notice there was turbulence, but then I did, because whenever I tried to draw a number, it's like jittering my hand all over the place. And I'm like, oh no. And then I was like, oh yeah, the noise canceling on these. Oh wait, I'm not actually wearing headphones, right? But the noise canceling on the virtual headphones is very good. Like I didn't hear the turbulence. There are so many of these like really fun diegetic weirdo moments. And I don't even know how to segue this into a question right now. I just like all of that feeling and experience in it. Like to me, this felt a lot like flying in a time when I had a lot of work on my plate, and flying was a like a place to go to have a moment of relaxation and rest. So I didn't have, unlike some of the other stories here, I didn't have that constant unease. I was just like, I was immediately pulled into it in a way where I was like, what am I going to do here? There's not that much to do yet, but it turns out it's just the right amount to do. So I did the Sudoku puzzle. I don't like Sudoku, right? I did the Sudoku puzzle. I solved it. I even went on a second flight to finish it. And then I realized that there's a podcast in there about experimental music that I immediately recognized the voice of Noah Sasso, right? So I was like, oh wait, I have to listen to this. I'm going to go on another flight to Reykjavik and start all this stuff again, right? So I feel like to me, it was like almost meditative, right? And I wonder if the meditation aspect of that, if that came to the forefront in like, I assume you play tested this a lot, right? Because again, coming from the NYU Game Center, I'm pretty sure that's what you do even during the incubator. Like, was that a response that people brought?
Actually, very, very early on, right? At one point, I was still thinking of it as sort of this idea of like, building anxiety, and someone played it, and like, this is like, so relaxing for me, because flying is my only guilt-free time, time where I can just, I can just kind of zone out and not have to worry that I should be doing something else. And that kind of feel like you get, like, this game gives you that moment. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm on something else because I thought I was doing something else at that point. So yeah, that came on pretty early.
I mean, the funny thing is, I thought you were doing something else too until I played it. I was like, oh yeah, I was way more expecting this, like, oh, there's going to be some weird events. What could you possibly do? And then I just chilled out. Like I was like, I had a bad morning before that. And then I played the game. And afterward, I was like, wow, I'm super laid back and relaxed all of a sudden, just from being in a virtual flight.
I also really tried to I try to play all games sort of in character and like do what the game is encouraging my character to do. And I feel like here it was just, I was the character. It was just me on a flight. So I was just trying to do what I do on a flight. And I was like having a text chat with a friend before I played the game. And I was like, sorry, I got to like play this game and pay attention and like set that down. And I didn't want external distractions. And I really wanted to focus 100% in the world of the game. And I think I was really enjoying doing that. And I know Doug, like a monster, was like, oh, I might do a second flight and put this on like a second screen. I was like, no, that's, you can't, you got to do this.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about that. So I noticed that to dovetail with that question, I noticed that there's no save functionality, there's no pause game, and I wasn't even able to get the game into windowed mode. I was kind of wondering, I suspect that some of that's on purpose. Like, so I played the first time, and then the second time I was like, I want to compare and contrast my first attentive experience with, I'll cheese it by setting up a second laptop next to me as I work on kind of my main computer, which has felt like I was just kind of cheating myself or cheating the experience. But what's your take on that in terms of like how much the player should kind of go all in on it?
Let me also add a listener question there from our listener John Axon, who said, "Is it cheating to play the game in sessions, or is the true way to play it doing it in one sitting like a real flight?" So just to add on to that, like, do you think, like Doug was saying, do you think of there being like a way you're sort of supposed to play it?
I mean, the line that I was saying from very beginning is like the only challenge this game poses is to actually manage your boredom and just hang in there, because that's flying. Like, just this longevity, the stretch of waiting out a flight is part and parcel of the experience. So this idea of saving it and doing it in batches I felt unbalanced everything. It just changes the whole thing. So it had to be one sitting because that's the way a flight is, and you're kind of trapped in. You can't like put it in a different window. You can do something else. Like I can't stop you from picking up a phone or a book, actual book, and reading it, but I can force your computer to just kind of be in that state.
Yeah.
I was on the playtesting thing. How do you playtest a game that is a straightforward 2.5 hour experience or more? Is it like, are you sitting with people? Are you sending them home with it and they're thinking about it? And then also, what were you looking for in those playtests? Were there changes that you made after watching people play?
The game went through different phases of playtesting because it went through the incubator. So there was a lot of playtesting at different stages. First, when it was just like a student project at NYU, and then when it was in the incubator, and then afterwards when we were working with AMC. The earlier phases was just seeing how people handle it. No one sat through a full flight for, I think, the first few years of development. But it's just seeing like just how they react and what they like expect from it. And what we realized early on in playtesting is every time we playtest, our wish list of things to include gets longer because everyone projects their expectations of what they want on the flight, right? Can I do this? I can never not take off my shoes in a flight, right? Someone will say that. So if I can't take off my shoes, then this is not an accurate flight simulator. And everyone has their own versions of these. And there was like the list was infinite of what we can actually include. So at some point we had to just stop, just say, okay, this is where we're going to put all this other input. We can't really, do much with unless it's super important. But that's generally kind of what we were getting. In terms of sitting through the whole flight, that's a problem even for us. Like it was just really hard because we build in this way of speeding through the flight, but that's not really testing it. That's testing it. So that was it was not great. It wasn't the funnest thing in the world.
How many flights have you been on in the game?
Full flight, start to finish, not many at all, actually. I probably shouldn't say how much. I probably should. It's probably not a good thing.
I think there's a lot of achievements in the game that are interesting, and I was peeking at the list, and I think some more of this subjective flight experience comes through there. And one, I mostly wanted to debate with you guys because I bet you will disagree with me. You have an achievement called Common Courtesy, which is for completing a flight without reclining your seat. And I'm someone who is very pro reclining. I also take my shoes off the second I get on the plane. And I think it's crazy not to do these things. Like, I think it's crazy not to just be instantly as comfortable as you possibly can on a flight. And if everyone reclines, then it's fine. Then it's not a problem. And I think it's nuts that, like, I think there's like this like Twitter rhetoric of people like, no, that's like the rudest thing, which sounds like maybe you agree with since you called it common courtesy. But unless you just wanted to argue about this.
You can't recline. It's not a thing. They should disable it.
If everyone reclines, then isn't it more comfortable for everybody?
No, Nick, it's not, because some of us sleep with our heads on the table, and if someone reclines, that makes it way harder, let alone like trying to use a laptop on a tray table or something. I'm very anti-reclining. In fact, hearing you say that, I'm now going to make an extra effort to turn on my phone during a movie, just as like a karmic payback to you to after hearing that you recline your airplane seat.
Oh no, Nick, I'm with you, man.
Oh yes, Zach, please join us. It's much more sane on this side.
I mean, I do it after the service, right? So, I don't know. There's a point in the flight where I feel like that's when it's totally okay.
I like to kick the seat in front of me.
Because I'm 10.
I like how, though, you just outed yourself as a phone movie user, Doug. I mean, I feel like that was a big self-own, frankly.
If someone ever complains at me now, I'm just going to say, sorry, Nick leans his seat back on.
Yeah, but the movie theater doesn't come with like a thing encouraging you to turn your phone on.
I once went to a movie and someone placed an outgoing call. And the first thing they said was "No, it's fine. I'm at a movie."
That's me. That's me. Every time someone leans their seat back, I'm gonna take it out on the movie theater. No.
Oh man. Yeah. You also, well, I guess, okay, so we all know where we stand. You had another achievement, the no-fly list, which is for completing a flight after a 1-year break from flying, which I think is cool. And I'm curious how you see this game like fitting into people's lives, because I think that's sort of a statement alone on like, you know, maybe put it down for a while and then come back later. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there'll be changes, maybe not, but curious to hear from you on that.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because when I think about like coming back to it more and more often, I wonder maybe, you know, we should have more destinations. But then I tell myself, I don't know what that actually changes about. The whole point of this game is the destination is really not the issue. It's the time between these points, and they can be anything.
It's the point of life.
You're right. So I actually don't know how to answer that question. I'm not really sure. I'm still not really sure what people get from it. I have what like I hope people get from it, right? But I don't know if, well, for example, if someone like Andy was saying gets like the Zen feeling, that's going to be a very different than someone where it's actually like a horror game. The replayability, if you want, or is it varies like dramatically in that case. So I honestly don't know, but I know that it's really not about the places.
Have you seen people playing it in any like unexpected ways or any weird behavior? Like I, for instance, in the beginning, I was like, I'm not going to buckle my seatbelt and see what happens, just because like that's the first thing you want to, you know, it's like starting a racing game and driving the wrong way around the track. Like immediately, you just kind of want to like, and like nothing really happened to me, but I immediately felt some anxiety about it. So I was like, damn it, I better buckle my seatbelt. So I don't know, with that sort of a thing, but have you seen unexpected behavior in players come out when or heard about it when you're showing it?
Yeah, I remember this one person tried to play it like an action game. It was like all really quickly. Everything has to be kept. And then he did all the interaction and he's like, okay, I'm done. What now? And I didn't know how to answer that question. But also there was, remember once, I think this was at a show or something, but someone just put it on and just like started texting his friend and just kind of went on with his life. And I'm like, yeah, I like that. I get it. I can dig this. Yeah, that was one that stood out. Recently, I haven't been able to see as much people testing. What I like to see is waiting for that moment where they're thinking, "Wait, nothing's going to happen," right? You know that this is it. That's that moment. That because you can often see it on the face, and it's great. It's really great. It's really great.
I was really surprised when I don't like. I don't love flying. I fly. It's fine. It's kind of boring. I feel like I probably have a pretty standard relationship with flying. But I was really surprised. I sat down to play it and I thought, well, I'm really excited about this game and I'll play it this one time. And then as soon as I finished it, I thought, you know, that's not really how I fly. Like how I fly is I get on an airplane and I go to sleep and I wake up and I'm there. And now I like desperately want to play it again, like at like 11:30 p.m. and just put it on and then go to sleep and like put the volume up high and just sort of see what happens. And like when I wake up and like, do I wake up for meal service and like, what's that experience? Like I was really surprised. And I wonder if anyone else is trying to do it. Like it struck me so that's such a bizarre thing that like when you play this game matters, and like the mental state that you're in, and like how you feel going into it, and what time it is, and what you're doing, and what's going on in your life. All of those things are so important to the experience of playing this game, and I don't think I've ever felt that way with a video game. Like obviously, you know, if I'm going to sit down and play Apex Legends, if I'm really awake, that's better than if I'm really tired. But like that's not really like a fundamental shift in what the game is like. But for this game, it's so different going into that with those different mindsets.
Yeah, I had a weird experience with that where I like took a sleeping pill in the beginning of the game and I kind of forgot about it, and then I was like watching the Bugs Bunny cartoon, and I just felt, I can't even describe it, but a weird thing where like, you know, you kind of start like the game starts vignetting and it starts like fading away into black or whatever, very subtly. And I was playing the game kind of late at night, and I sort of had a moment where I like snapped out of it almost as if I had started falling asleep in real life, and then kind of realized what was happening in the game. And it was really surreal. And then I went to sleep in the game, and then I woke up and I missed my meal service, and I was sad, like on a real flight.
You even told me this, and then it happened to me as well, and I missed the wine service, and I was really bent out of shape. Now, mind you, it's 10 a.m. in the morning for me, and I'm missing a virtual wine service. It's a bad sign, I'd say, but it was fascinating. So, Hosni, there's a really interesting thing going on here, right? Where like I feel like all of us are describing to you our like quote unquote mundane, minute, moment to moment experiences, right? And it's like normally, right? Like we try to case these things into questions, right? Where it's like, well, how did you come up with this? But like in this experience, I don't feel like that's actually very fitting, right? To be like, well, how did you think about the experience that would happen? There's like this, it's just the sequencing of these small things that seem so mundane, and yet they're so distant to us right now. So our listener...
Securely fastened. Flight attendants will be passing around the cabin one final time to make a compliance check and pick up any remaining trash. Thank you. We'll be on the ground shortly.
When I was a kid, I saw this thing, right? And I'm like, oh my God, the window's shattering, right? And I should tell someone. It's my responsibility to tell the flight attendant, right? And so I'm like, told my older sister, I'm going to tell the flight attendant. She's like, are you crazy? Like, she's going to laugh at you, right? I'm like, okay, fine. But this whole time, the whole flight, I was just worried about this thing because it kept getting bigger and bigger. I'm thinking, if anything happens to this plane, it's my fault, right? Because I didn't say anything about it. And then like later, I read up on it, or someone told me about it and stuff, and so it became like a big thing in flying for me. So I made sure that it had to be there.
Amazing.
Because
it's absolutely amazing.
Oh my God. Were there any other personal experiences that you had that directly connected to this like that? It feels free to say no. I don't want to like push a perfect.
It's a matter of, okay, so there's like a billion details that we can't actually put in the game. So the ones that got put in are things that stood out to either of us at some point in time in the team. Because they've all had certain experiences with like a certain item. So like these kind of fed its way into what we include and what we don't include. In addition to obviously requests that are very common. I remember at one point one of the biggest requests that we actually never fulfilled was, and it was a weird one. It was, and I get it, but it was a weird one. It was a creature on the wing, right? Mm-hmm. That was very, very frequently requested. And I won't say more about that for now. but at some point, for example, there was not going to be a bathroom. And then we realized, the bathroom is a necessity. It's that trip to the bathroom it's
essential experience of being on a plane.
I didn't know it was an option until I saw the achievement, and it was like spend at least an hour in the bathroom, and I was like, you can go in the bathroom? Oh my, this is so exciting. And then I spent a while in the bathroom. And
you have to wait for passengers to leave it, right? And so that people stay for too long. So often people click and they're not able to go to the bathroom, but
yeah, and you can't be buckled. If you're buckled, your character looks down to the buckle, to the belt. It's like, oh, well, I can't get up yet. That's how I discovered it.
I just love so many of the details, and especially the authenticity of like the in-flight magazine and all the small details. And I think it's not trivial to come up with like a whole magazine of convincing logos and companies and present them in a way that feels like totally realistic and cohesive and isn't distracting. And I think a lot of games might take that as an opportunity to be like very jokey with it, but I think you play it very largely straight. And I'm curious what your direction was for that, and if it was tempting to not do that.
Yeah, that was exactly my question too. The piece of media I thought about immediately when I started playing airplane mode is that Blah Airlines promotional video that Virgin ran as like a marketing campaign, which is like this 5-hour, 45-minute YouTube video documenting this like fictional cross-continental flight, but it's super jokey and it features lots of like outrageous situations and satire. But to Nick's point, like airplane mode plays it pretty straight. But yeah, so I was also curious to that degree, like how humorous do you consider the game to be? Is this a humor game, or is it a game that we can kind of see as like poking fun at flying, but that's not the like is humor, was that the intention from the beginning or not so much?
Yeah, this is I would definitely classify it as a comedy game, but we play it deadpan.
Yeah,
that's the way we go about it, like just straight face comedy. Or otherwise, I think that works. But in this situation, I don't think the joke would land as well if we weren't like super deadpan about how we approach everything, from the in-flight video to the magazine, everything there. Like hints of humor, but clearly. Well, I guess I thought this was like clearly supposed to be funny. I'm not sure if everyone picks up on that, because that's that's subjective. But
that's great. Maybe it's because we know him, but Bennett Foddy impersonating the captain, talking about delays. I thought that was really good in terms of the deadpan humor, like poking fun at that everyday experience. Just the way that he kind of like talks about, it's just like, oh god, I've heard this announcement, this is like such a send up of these like awful delay announcements. Yeah, I thought that was really effective.
Even just the fact that the very first thing that happens in the game is you sit down on the plane and you're like, all right, I'm going for a ride, and then it's like, all right, we're 5th in line to take off, and you're like, oh my god, I have to wait to take off. It's like such a strong opening. Was that something that you were always considering, or was that it just like magically showed up and you were like, this is perfect, I'm gonna go with
that was actually Bennett came into play here, because when he was playing a very early version of it, he's like, you're missing an opportunity for an early climax, and he's absolutely right. It's this just built up time for the takeoff, and that's really true, because like it's definitely feels like a phase of the flight where you're waiting for takeoff, and then there's like pre-takeoff and post-takeoff, and then post-takeoff has a bunch of stuff, but there's that time before, and then now we're airborne, and so that had to like be in the game, and so that's what we did, and we kind of stretched it out to obviously the whole safety video needs to run, and there are like other planes in front of you, and you're waiting. It's JFK. No one gets out of JFK. Like this is actually our time in JFK is pretty good compared to the real times we would wait there.
Oh yeah.
So
I was so glad it was in there, because I sleep on flights, I always stay up until I'm in the air and then go to sleep, and that is my experience of the flight, and it was so
totally
compelling. I also was just struck by there are so many little interactions in the game, and we live in a time where you can open up a video game and be Spider-Man, and yet I'm sitting playing flight.
Can you be Spider-Man on a plane though?
Oh, but I'm sitting playing airplane mode, and I'm like, oh, you can make the window go up and down. Wow, I didn't expect that. Or oh, I can take the pen out of my bag. Oh, of course, that's what I need to do. It's so funny to have all these extremely high resolution things, and then be struck by the realism of these tiny little actions that of course you could make it. You can go to the bathroom, oh my god. But yeah, of course you could make a video game where you can go to the bathroom on an airplane. Even I was I looked over and saw that there were other people, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't really expect there to be other people on this plane. Wow, they figured that out. Were there any games that you looked at for this sort of immersive, ultra immersive small experience? Like, I feel like, Spider-Man, you can't like walk around and open all the windows in your apartment, right? That weirdly, that's not something that we're actually used to seeing from a game.
No, it's not. But like, there's always that game where you can't do anything.
For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. This will indicate that we have parked at the gate and that it is safe for you to get up. Cellular phones may be used now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Reykjavik International Airport. Local time, it's approximately 4 o'clock. On behalf of myself and the rest of our hard-working crew, we'd like to thank you for choosing Pan Atlantica on your trip today. We know you have a choice of carriers, and we appreciate you choosing Pan Atlantica today. We'd love to see you on board again soon. In the meantime, have a wonderful stay.
it's just a collection of these small details, and each one of them seemed kind of not important or easy to put. But the collection is, I guess, I don't know. They seem kind of fun to do, and I guess this also came from things like Gone Home, when I wasn't expecting to enjoy just picking up things and reading about them, checking them out, but it was fun.
I do want to, of the details, there is one that I wanted to flag, which is, I'm not really a germaphobe, but the fact that when you get the pretzels, you throw them out and spread them out on the tray is disgusting.
Yeah, now I really bummed out that I slept through the meal service.
Noted.
Are there little details that you're especially proud of that people largely aren't noticing? Because I know things like the scenery